the stupid Elden Ring menu. It's always like that. Mic is very low. Okay, thank you. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. What about now? Is it better? 1, 2, 3, 4. Elden Ring is an amazing game. Elden Ring is so much fun. Does this sound better? It's good? Alright. It's getting better. I can put it up a little more. There you go. Yo, Firekeeper, thank you so much for the tier 3 for 21 months, dude. Thank you so much. So what I sent on Discord? Yeah, I think I responded, unless I didn't press send by accident. Okay, let's see here. Should be good. Sound better, but words are mixed. What do you mean? Firekeeper, how is the overall volume? Because I feel like I can't trust chat. Like, is there anything wrong with the audio? When I speak, do you hear everything fine? It's fine? Alright. Alright, thank you. Yeah, because I touched my setup by accident, so... Normally I don't touch my settings, but... It just happened by accident. Alright, yo, what's up, Isham? How you doing, man? Okay, is Tarnished Edition tomorrow? No, not tomorrow, but... Okay, let's level up. Let's level up higher today. See if there's a difference in activity. You gotta put Tarnished in your YouTube vid as well. Like every vid, like something about Tarnished. Sure it's gonna work. Okay, what did there's something I wanted to try today. I forgot what it was. I wanted to try like Lance with Piercing Fang. What else did I want to try? Let's try that out. Okay, I can do that. Like this. Alright, let's see if we can get some activity here. Oh, he has a friend with him. And it's a filthy mage. Oh wow, that actually clicked for 4 damage. BS there. That's just unfortunate timing. You know what? I think it's smarter to go after the blue right now. Oh, never mind. Right now, the smartest target is the mage. Timing is so unfortunate. Oh my god. This is so stupid. The curse of the first invasion. Always the first one that kills me. That's what I get for trying to attack them with melee. You can't ever attack in this game. Can only attack from range. I wonder if anyone has ever played with fucking Piercing Fang on Sword Lance. I don't think I've ever seen anyone play with that. I can try that too. Yo, what's up, man? Yo, Chirico, thanks for the Prime for 50, bro. Thank you so much. How was the new video generation model? Well, I mean, I checked it out. Like, I checked some vids on it, and yeah, I mean, it's crazy how fast AI is going. Like, can't wait to see the corn that comes out of that. Did I say corn? I meant born. What price do you think the DLC is going to be? That's a good question, actually. So yeah, at this point it might be priced. they delayed it that much. Interesting, the delay on that. Did some nasty damage though. Is he dead? Yeah, he is. Bro, what is this connection, dude? That is insane. That's insane stuff. 20 to $25? That's nasty. One sec. Alright. To do a little repair, and we're back. Do we have any Canadians in chat? Anyone watch the hockey game earlier today? That was a crazy ass game at the Olympics. Nightreign DLC is $15. Yeah, but like, come on, Nightreign DLC is gonna have way more content than Tarnished Edition. Like, Tarnished Edition is literally like a few skins and a few weapons, really, and like one extra class. It's like you just have like a few things. Isn't Tarnished free? I hope it is. I don't know anymore what's free and what's not. $10 max? I hope it's $10 maxed. Is he not taking damage? Oh no, he was invincible. They're charging for Tarnished? I hope they're not, but at this point, with all the effort that they... It's like, if they add, like, DLSS for the PC version, it's possible that they might charge for it. Because, like, now at this point, Tarnished has been, like, significant development-wise. Like, it's taking some time to get this thing out. So they're gonna need to recoup this development cost. Where am I? Oh yeah, I know where I am. Never mind. Rare invasion spot though. Just a bunch of people here. We almost died right away. This is a bait, by the way. I don't really care whatsoever about hitting them with that. That's my goal there, but we missed him. There you go. The Czech really had 6 men on the ice by the time they had their third goal, and it was never caught. Yeah, I haven't seen the pictures. Apparently, it was pretty blatant too. Like, I mean, the penalty on Celebrini was a very soft one. Like the refereeing was pretty bad overall. You know, it's whatever. I mean, they still played well though. Czechia. Still got the win. That's all that matters. Yeah, pretty much. I don't like how McKinnon is playing though. I know he scored a goal, but it looks like he's playing injured because to be honest, he's kind of playing bad, especially for his standards. You know, like McKinnon is supposed to be like second to McDavid, and he's just not playing very well, I think. Heard Canada cheated in something. I don't know. I don't follow the Olympics. To be quite honest, I don't really care about the Olympics. I just watch hockey. That's it. We cheated in curling? That's fucking hilarious. What did we do? That's not what I wanted. But I had this one. Come on. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. It's just... Let's just play dumb and simple. Just jump attack spam. He spit on the ice? Is that cheating in curling? That's fucking hilarious. Touching the rock after releasing it? Bro, these curling pros, they think they can get away with it. Oh, man. Fucking curling players, dude. They think they're on top of the world. They need to be taught a lesson. Ah, fuck. Someone got sniped in baseball? What do you mean? There's 50,000 cameras, like, on you? Yeah, I mean, you have to be stupid, like, to blatantly fucking... to cheat like that, like, and think you can get away with it with all the slow motion and high definition cameras. Like, you have to be one hell of an idiot. You think you can get away with it. It's like they have so many angles, like, zoomed in on you. It's... Wow, the frame drop when that happened. Can't really see, so let's just spam jump. Yo, Gold Mask, thank you so much for the gifted, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. The real cheating comes during training, not the Olympics. That's a very good comment, Chirico. And a lot of Russians know exactly what you're talking about. Fucking, they groom Russian athletes with fucking high vitamin cereals. That's the guys we actually lost to in the first invasion. Crazy how stupid this game is, right? Like, you lose to people like that, and then you fight them again. And if you didn't know, like, you would think you'd always beat them like nothing. That's what sucks about this game. It's like, doesn't feel good to lose, doesn't feel good to win. Doesn't feel like you did anything. Even non-Russians are doing stuff? Of course they are, dude. It's not just the Russian. It's just that Russia has, like, a history of, you know, of doping in the Olympics. Like, it's very documented. That's why I said that. But, of course, they're not the only one. Like, fucking... You know, like, fucking... What was it? Like, the... cyclist competition? Like, European cyclists? Just, like, the top 10 get disqualified. Because they're all pissing fucking... They're all pissing hot. Of course, it's not just Russia. With that being said, I'm really sad that Russia was not in these hockey Olympics, dude. Like, it doesn't feel like the real world competition for hockey without Russia. It's like, it's always between, like... It's always between the trifectas of, like, US, Canada, and Russia. I mean, of course, like, Finland, Sweden, like... A lot of these other European countries have a very good shot, especially in this tournament. Like, I'm looking at the Swedish team. They have a really good team. But, you know, without Russia, there's a ton of great Russian players that I would love to see play. And here for our NHL team, the Montreal Canadiens, we have a young Russian player that I would have loved to see play in the Olympics. And he's an honest kid, you know, like... He shouldn't have to pay for, you know, the errors of others. He's just a good kid. He should have given the Olympics like a banner of like for countries that you rarely see that. Not tracking though. What performance-enhancing drug can you take to improve your Elden Ring performance? It's funny that you mentioned that, because I think I read somewhere that there are some drugs for, like, reflexes, but, I mean, this is completely, like, out of my realm of knowledge. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, there's an easy answer, though. Like, coffee... You know, coffee is a drug. Yeah, exactly, like whoever said coffee, yeah. Coffee is think I remember reading, or not reading, I remember watching a vid. I think it was a Linux tech tip video, and this was a very good one. It was basically like testing if pro gamers could see the difference at like different FPS, and if it affected like their performance in game. I forgot exactly what the vid was, but he basically had Shroud, you know, like Shroud, the Counter-Strike player and streamer. Like, he had Shroud in there, and Shroud was talking about how, like, he wasn't the same without his coffee, you know, for his reflexes, and they refused him taking the coffee for the testing. But I'm sure there's a lot of pro gamers that take their coffee before their tournament or something. I know people won't like to hear this, but I think drinking coffee regularly, like, you'll read online like a bunch of benefits that coffee has on, you know, on your health, but it also has some side effects. Like, I mean, you guys know that like a lot of people that drink coffee their whole life, they can't function when they wake up if they don't have their coffee. Your body like creates a dependence on it, just like any other drug, really. Yeah, the no side effects is a myth. It's completely false. It's like taking melatonin before you go to sleep. You could say that it has no side effect, but your body stops producing it if you take it constantly. It's a similar idea with coffee. It's just that, you know, in today's society, just like, you know, a few years ago, cigarettes were regarded culturally as a healthy. You know, years later, like, everyone was like, well, of course, you know, cigarettes are unhealthy. There's always like a lag for stuff like that. And I'm not saying like coffee is completely unhealthy. Of course, it's not like cigarettes, but like it's basically like agreed upon by everyone that coffee is good. And it's like, it's a similar, like, I mean, we could go on so many things regarding like health and food, like sugar, for instance. Like, refined sugar is literally poison. Like, it has like almost no benefit whatsoever, especially not compared to like real unrefined sugar that you'd find in maple syrup and fruits. But, you know, like, we sell that poison, that refined sugar, everywhere, and it's just accepted. There's a lot of stuff like that. Like, even alcohol, for that matter. Like, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of you who are listening right now who drink on occasion. There's no benefit whatsoever to drinking beer, really. Not that I know of. Like, wine, you know, can have some qualities. And fermentation in general can have some qualities. But, you know, like, your Coors Light? I don't think so. So this sort of stuff is culturally accepted and expected, that, you know, you partake in that stuff. Even though it's not a good thing. Rather drink beer than soda? I mean, you're completely right. Like, if you have to choose between the two, like personally speaking, like, I don't touch sodas, like, whatsoever. I mean, I don't touch neither, to be fair, but I, like, by far, like, soda's the worst offenders sort of worst offender for sure. Like, that shit is really bad. But, you know, if you have to choose between water... Oh, boo! Water! Boring! Of course water is gonna be better. All you drink is tea and water? You know what, Vale? That sounds a little bit like me, although I do drink some juices, though. I like juices. But not the cheap stuff, you know, like there are some juices who have, like, added sugar and shit, like, fuck that. I don't want to touch that. I prefer, like, some of the, like, local brand, you know, where I am in Quebec. Like, local brand apple juice. I prefer that. That comes from apples from the region. But, you know, like, I think Europe is... I mean, Europe and Asia are, like, in advance compared to North America when it comes to food health. Like, we have some catching up to do, but I think it's gonna take another little while, you know, to get to a normal standard that is logical, because a lot of the food that we eat is illogical, and it's a cultural thing more than anything. Oh wow, man, the latency today is nasty. Holy shit. Whoa! Wait, why did he get respawned? Didn't I kill him? Didn't I just kill the guy? That's my hit on the host. What the hell? Oh no, there it is. Bro, I'm so confused. Didn't I just kill this guy, or was there like two of them with like the same looking character and weapon? That's so confusing. It was two people? Yeah, I figured, but that was kind of weird. Recommend a good maple syrup? I mean, if you're in Canada, like, it's very easy to find good maple syrup. Like, anything you buy that's local is going to be good maple syrup. But if you're outside of Canada, like, I don't actually know what's available to you. Gee, if there's not more people playing Elden Ring on PS5, will you stream another game? I hope so. I hope so. But I'm very picky with the games I like and the games I play. One thing I thought about though recently is, like, of course we talked about our like a Skyrim permadeath playthrough. But I also thought of maybe, like, you know, like, there's a lot of games that I want to do, like, permadeath runs on. Like, Oblivion is definitely one that we need to revisit at some point. Dragon's Dogma 2, I've never touched it. I didn't even buy it, and it's something that I would like to do a permadeath run on. There's a lot of games that could be fun to do a permadeath run on, but thing is, with doing these permadeath run blind without ever having played the game, that shit is dangerous. Like, you can get stuck on a challenge like that for a very long time when you're going in blind like that. Like, for instance, the first time I played Cyberpunk, I was actually going for a permadeath until I realized that like there are some things that are basically like complete bullshit, and you basically need to die to know, like, how to go through certain things. Like, for instance, there are certain chase down sequences where It's basically like on rail, like chase down, where you know you're getting chased by vehicles and like flying drones and shit, but you're basically on a timer. And if you don't have like a gun that's compatible with like car chase, or you don't have the perks, you're almost get like not guaranteed, but like you basically have to hit every single shot, and it's very hard. Otherwise, you run out of time to destroy the stuff, and you get like a scripted accident, so to speak, and you basically fail and die. And so like that's just like one example. So like in a blind permanent run, you can't know that stuff. You're guaranteed to die on a sequence like that. So some games like Cyberpunk, for instance, are just very bad games to attempt like blind permadeath. If you've played the game before though, like if you've played the game before and you know that sequence is coming, you can prepare for it. Like you can have the right gun for it, have the right perk, and you know, like secure the scripted mission so that you're able to beat it successfully and reliably. But you know, if you're playing blind, there's no way you're going to be able to do that. Personally, played Cyberpunk for the story, not for the RPG part. I think Cyberpunk had really mid gameplay, but I love the fucking characters and story, and I wanted to know like what was going to happen next. Like I got attached to some of the characters. Like Johnny Silverhand is actually a very likable character. Like he's a complete asshole, but you kind of learn to like him. Very it's a very good game, all things considered, even though I wasn't a big fan of the gameplay. The bosses are utter dog shit in Cyberpunk. Like it's laughable how bad developers are at fucking making bosses, but maybe the standards are low for shooting games. Because I remember, like, I forgot which Call of Duty game that was, but the last Call of Duty games I played, I think like you had to fight like a fully armored juggernaut at some point in the story, and the first time you faced that thing, it was like, holy shit, like that's a boss for a shooting game. Like that was so cool. Same as Witcher 3, like 2 mechanics per boss. Yeah, I haven't played Witcher, but I heard and I've seen gameplay of the combat, and it's so bad for me that I don't want to, I don't even want to bother. Like I know the game is a little older now, and I know that people rave about the story, and I'm sure the story is great, but at this point in time, I'm a bit scared to go into it. I feel like I would not like it, because you know, I still like games where the combat is good, you know. It's very rare that I'll stick to a game that the gameplay is bad. Like another game that I really liked where the gameplay was really bad was Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2, and in fact, I think most Rockstar games has utterly like brain dead gameplay, like in general, like you know, aim assist, no aim assist, like the gameplay itself is complete shit, but the characters and the story is like on another level. Like they basically have like the most detailed attention to detail, like in-depth story, and the world is beautiful. Like basically, like with a Rockstar game, everything is a 10 out of 10 except the gameplay. And so, you know, you can still really enjoy these games, and I still do enjoy these games, but I don't look for gameplay when I play a game like that. And I have a hard time playing a game that has bad gameplay like that, unless like you give me a really good reason everywhere else to, like, you know, like you'd be missing on something if you don't play Red Dead Redemption 2, I think, because the game's still a masterpiece even if the gameplay's kind of shit. You know, to me, like a dream game is a game that has like deeper mechanic for gameplay, but that has the level of polish and depth that some of the Rockstar games have, for instance. But, you know, to each his own. Like, one thing about a game like Red Dead and the Rockstar games is, you know, there's a reason why these games sell so much. Like, they are so approachable for, like, anyone. Like, any casual can pick up a game like that and be able to play it. Like, you could teach your, you know, you could teach your grandparents how to play like a Rockstar game, basically. You'd be able to. I'm playing on the Switch 2 right now. This is an early version of Tarnished Edition. I'm not allowed to show the new weapons yet, though, or the new armors, so I'm a little in advance. It's streamer privilege. Like, I got a phone call for Miyazaki last night. He was telling me all about the new fucking feed pic documents he's building. I was like, dude, I don't care about that. And he just kept on bragging about it. Eventually, I gave up. I just sent him, you know, my pictures of my feet, and he was really happy, and then he hung up afterward. So, ultimately, I got the privilege to play Tarnished Edition early because of what I did, what I sent to Miyazaki. I can hear them down here. Oh, I was actually looking at chat for a second. Gotta see the amount of players we got here. Oh my god, the latency on moments like that is brutal. Again. Ah, I missed that. Oh my god. Dude, the latency is brutal. You know what? I'll let my minions go through here. The host is the same color as everything else, so it makes it difficult to the latency is just too high, so we're gonna change strat here. That's just actually a really good idea for him to use that in this corridor. Delay on that hit. Parry that, bro. Good old frost gugs. Feel like our little piercing fang on Swordlands was actually like giving us the correct timing. Like, they were panic rolling it, but because the latency was just too high, like, it didn't really matter what we did. They were just double rolling everything. By the way, for those wondering, Firekeeper informed me recently that the lag that we've been experiencing recently, and when I say we, I mean can be any of you guys, is due to Cloudflare, like having infrastructure repairs and problems, and so it's slowly going to get fixed, basically. So it's not anyone's fault, it's not the game's fault, it's not like the server's fault for, you know, like PlayStation's matchmaking server, whatever, anything like that. It's a routing thing. And the people who host at fucking First Step for fight clubs. That shit's painful. Oh my god, Jesus fucking Christ, that is some brutal fucking latency. Oh my god, he managed to fucking... What? I mean, it doesn't matter if I outplay him. It actually does not matter, like, whatsoever. The connection is just completely ass. Stupid red. Great Elden Ring game. That latency is completely unplayable. There's so many beautiful locations in this game, and people still sit there for years. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think you have to be a little clueless to host duels at fucking First Step out of all places. Like, I don't get that. Alright, let's go back to our little Sword Lance Piercing Fang experiment. I invented the viable fat rolling. What's funny is, like, it actually works. Like, you just grab BHS and fat roll, and to be honest, like, it works. It's stupid, but it works. Although there is a little, like, getting used to it. Like, you very often you confuse the buttons, and well, when I say confuse the buttons, it's like sometimes you just have the reflex to roll with circle, and it can basically like cost you getting guaranteed hit, because obviously like fat roll can get you like guaranteed backswing on a lot of stuff. But oh, we got Kevin and his friend that's lagging in the background far from him. Oh my god. Well, we're gonna change plan, guys. Because of his friend. The new plan is gonna be Dueling Shield. Oh my fucking... Bro, he's so fast. Oh my god. This is so scary. What the fuck? Look at him. He's just fucking... He's just Goku teleporting. We're gonna use some PvE, I think. I'm not even gonna attempt to do anything here. The guy is just way too laggy. I'm too scared. Laggy flies are nasty. Yeah, they absolutely are. And we have to... Actually, you know what? I was about to say it might be easier to kill the Kevin, but... Oh! He's not latent, though. He's lagging, but not latent. That's very good news. It's very laggy, though. And also, like, he has that max level fucking Twin Blade bleed. Okay, that's very good. He gave up. That's the one time I use like dueling shield for, when people are lagging to the point where like you don't even know what you should be doing. This is when I pull out the dueling shield. Because at least, you know, like, you can spam at them. And, you know, there's going to be some brain dead trading going on, but at least you're not going to be taking, like, damage through your attacks. I definitely like the dueling shield for that. Although, you know, if I could choose, I'd prefer to not have it in the game, but I think at this point in the game's life cycle, it's kind of pointless to say that. It's pointless to complain about the game now that the patching is over. If we were still getting patches, you know, definitely worth it to bring attention to game issues, but at this point in the game's life cycle, I mean, everything's has been over with now. Filling patch after Tarnished Edition. Dude, if we actually get a patch, like, I'll be so surprised. I highly doubt we're gonna get a patch, guys. Don't expect a patch for Tarnished Edition. You'll be so disappointed. Like, it's not coming. There's no patching anymore. Like, the game is basically set in stone. Dueling Shield and Duskblood. By the way, speaking of Duskblood, Firekeeper, right before the stream, he sent me a screenshot of Duskblood just appeared on for the first time on the Nintendo marketplace, like the store, the online store. So they basically have a storefront for Duskblood. So he also said that usually you get games in the following quarter of the year when they appear on storefront like that. I'm not really sure about that, but I think it's definitely a good thing that it has a storefront, because the quicker Duskblood comes out, the quicker we can have like whatever big game from Soft is working on that's going to come out after Duskblood. That's what I'm excited for. Is he gonna try to force me? Or is he gonna try to... In-fucking-sane, dude. Dude, all that preparation just for that. Oh, boy. What's your opinion on Duskblood? Do you think the activity will be at least decent? Okay, so for Duskblood, the game is, like, on paper, the game's set up to fail. Let's just say that. Like, on paper... You have a PvP game, which, you know, PvP is a niche within Souls games. and you know you're on Switch exclusively, so you're a niche within a niche, so your potential audience to start with on paper is very small. Now it is From Software. From Software always has this, like, you know, there's always a possibility that FromSoft surprises everyone, and Duskblood is amazing and it's a full-blown success even if it's an exclusive. That possibility cannot be dismissed, but I think it's very unlikely. On paper, if we look at it right now, Duskblood is set up to fail, like dead on arrival type deal, even if it's a From Software game. But you know, it's From Soft, so maybe the game is going to be so good that, you know, all the Smash Bros players are going to move to Duskblood, you know what I mean? Like, technically it's not impossible, but I think it's very unlikely. That hardware just fucking sucks. Yeah, on top of that, like I think the biggest issue is, like, you have a multiplayer focused game, and not just a multiplayer focused game, but a PvP focused game. You know, like a co-op focused game is not the same as a PvP focused game. Like, the standards for a PvP focused game needs to be higher, like the response time, you know, like the lag, all that stuff. Very good fight. Will be remembered. You know, like, if you're lagging a little bit with your co-op partner, or like if you see your co-op partner like lagging a little bit here and there, like it's going to be annoying, but it's not going to affect the experience to the point where it's unplayable. If you have someone that's like constantly lagging a little bit that you're playing against, that's a problem. That makes the PvP like very skewed and unplayable and very frustrating. And so the bar for multiplayer is very different when it comes to co-op and PvP. And Duskblood, like, you know, from what we know, is a PvP focused one. So that means that there's all this sensitivity around how the game feels and how the connection feels. And you have a device like the Switch 2, who's probably like the worst fucking modern device when it comes to latency and input lag. Like, I don't know if you guys saw that, but Digital Foundry had a fucking side-by-side of the input delay for Skyrim on Switch 2 versus PlayStation versus like PC or something like that. I forgot if it no, I think it was Switch 1, PlayStation, and Switch 2. And basically like PlayStation had like a 60 milliseconds of delay for Skyrim, and then you had like Switch 2, which had like over like 200 something. I forgot if it was like 260, 230, or like 270, but honestly, like over 200 doesn't even matter. Like, what's the number? Like, it was so obnoxiously high that it makes you like facepalm and ask, like, how did they come up with such a bad hardware design that your input latency is so ass like that? And from what I understand, Skyrim is one of the worst offenders. Like, it was a bad port, but it's still bad for every game. Like, honestly, like a big issue with the Switch is that you have an old IPS display for the Switch, and because it's a portable device, you know, these old LCD displays, I don't even know if it's IPS or I don't even know like exactly which type of screen they have, but basically they have a very old like LCD screen, and that has a lot of, you know, bad refresh rate, bad input lag, just bad everything. It's just old and bad, and obviously they picked that because it's cheap, but that makes gaming on the portable aspect of it basically unplayable for competitive stuff. Like, the delay is super nasty. And then you add on top of that, you know, it is a handheld device, so, like, people are encouraged to take that on the go and use Wi-Fi. Like, you don't plug in an internet cable to a portable device. That just doesn't make sense unless you're playing docked, which, to be honest, is what you should be doing. For a PvP-focused game, you should be playing docked, like on a TV. But, you know, with everything considered, why is this guy always Thunderstone? He's like hiding here. I don't feel bad for him. Alright, we'll give him that. Let's put this here. So close. He's out of stamina after trading that. That's why I attacked there. Won't Duskblood come to PC later? Bro, I hope so. I really hope so. That would be the saving grace for Duskblood. I think that's what we all want. But they have not announced anything like that. It's the way it's advertised and the way I understand what's going on is Nintendo basically financed that project. So it's a complete Nintendo exclusive. And you know how Nintendo is. It's not like Sony who's like, oh yeah, you know, let's put Helldivers on Steam because, you know, can make more money by selling it. No, Nintendo just keeps everything closed. Only on their platform. They protect their IPs. So, with all that being said, I think the chances of Duskblood coming later on to other platforms is extremely low. Extremely low. The way you're gonna be playing Duskblood on PC is like, you know, like 5 years down the line on an emulator. You know, a Switch 2 emulator. In 5 years or 10 years or whatever. Maybe not 10 years, maybe like 5 years. Yeah, Nintendo does not share IP, absolutely. I don't think any game is worth grabbing a Switch 2 right now, but someone has to teach Nintendo people a lesson that only From Software invaders can teach. That's a very good comment. I like that. Well, I mean, you guys are gonna have fun, you know? You're gonna be watching like Steel, Peeve, and Oro just play each other constantly because they're gonna be the only one on the Switch 2 playing Duskblood. But, you know, like, all jokes aside, I'm sure some of the more casual streamers will probably play that, at least for a little while. I shouldn't say casual streamer. The word I'm looking for is variety streamer. Because these guys are not casual streamers. They stream like every day. Obviously, though, still not a variety streamer, but I was talking mostly about, like, you know, the Oro, the Peeve, and like, you name it, whatever Souls content creator that jumps around from game to game. There's a lot of those. You know what would be funny, though? If, what would be funny is, like, if you get some Souls creators who buy a Switch, you know, buy Duskblood, you know, they get the Switch just for Duskblood, and then they don't like it, and they talk bad about the game, and just Nintendo bricks their fucking console. That'd be so funny. Oh, man. It would be so funny because I could see that happening. Like, it's in the realm of possibility, even though it would be completely stupid for Nintendo to do that. It's like, it's the sort of stuff that you've become accustomed to at this point. Like, you sort of expect it here and there. Chase fans will bug him to get him. Well, to be fair, a lot of content creators have a business incentive to get it. Like, you know, like financially it's gonna make sense for them to invest, let's say, how much is it, like $600, $700? They basically have to invest $700 to then like make content after that. So there's a barrier to entry there. Wow, the range on that's brutal. That's my fault. I was out of stamina. It's just poor management. Yeah, I forgot to lock on. Oh my god, it went above this fucking... Went above him. That's it for you. Oh, we forgot to put that. Yeah, recouping like $700 shouldn't take like that long if you have a decent following. Yeah, exactly. Like for me, I don't think it makes sense financially for, you know, the size of my channel, but I think for someone like Chase it makes sense because like he probably like recoups that fairly quickly, like you said. Like if like, you know, if my channel was bigger, like I'd just bite the bullet, give it a shot, and make content out of it to like recoup that that money, like an investment, right? But my channel is just too small. Like I can't just like throw $700 like that and like hope for the best that the thing gets you know, decent following or whatever. Let's hope they're smart enough to put that $600 paperweight on a tax write-off. Yeah, I'm sure they all do. Like, that would be crazy if content creators didn't do that. But I'm pretty confident everyone does. Dude, this guy has Daunter's Tongue on constantly. I don't know why. I feel bad for fighting him. Bad. It's a risk with uncertain ROI. Yeah, that's exactly how I would consider it. Because you know, like we were talking about earlier, like on paper, you have to give FromSoft like a fighter, like a puncher's chance, right? Like FromSoft is a very good developer, all things considered. They rarely make bad games, and so you know, there's always a possibility that they surprise everyone and Duskblood is really good. There's always that possibility, but the issue ultimately is it's dead on arrival on paper because they're doing a game that's like a niche within a niche. So there's a PvP niche, and then there's the Nintendo Switch niche. So you're really only looking at a fraction of your usual player base, like a fraction within a fraction. And so you're gonna get sales, It's just that it's going to be a lot smaller than everything else you make, because a lot, like, your audience is not on that platform for the most part. A lot of people like FromSoft, but you know, your audience is not mainly on that platform. Like, the bulk of your audience for Souls games is PC and PlayStation. And then you're talking about, like, people who care about the PvP, and that's an even smaller portion. And so, on paper, it's basically, like, set up to fail from the very get-go. And so, if you want to, as a content creator, if you just want to invest that $700 or $600 to buy a Switch in the game because you think it's going to be popular enough to make your money back, I mean, go for it. But personally, I don't feel comfortable with doing that. I can't afford to just, like, throw my money around like that. Interesting. Wait. Okay. This game is weird. That's not what I wanted. I was a little scared for a second because the blue came in, and getting stuck on that platform against multiple people is extremely dangerous, especially with no PvE. Like, the reason I jumped down was basically, like, I saw it as, like, okay, I got a guaranteed kill, so after I get that kill, I'm gonna, you know, just win the 1v1. You love the AC6 single player? Me too. I love the single player for AC6. I think AC6 is the best, has the best single player mech. Well, it's the best single player mech game I think I've ever played. To be fair, there's not that much competition, but I think it had the best story out of all the Armored Core games. It was really nice. PvP wise though, unfortunately, it's just, it had terrible mechanics. Gonna do that. All right. Okay. Oh, this guy has good connection to me. That's great. I've not gotten a lot of that today. Oh, wow. Did not expect that. I don't even know which weapon that was. Looked like a spear, like, you just never see that. Why do you have your weapon on your left hand? For the same reason gangsters hold their Glocks sideways. The reason why you hold your weapon in the left hand, it's you know, it's another thing I came up with that you're gonna see a lot of people doing that. A lot of tryhards do that now, but the reason why I came up with that is that if you're using multiple weapons, you only need to make an inventory around your main hand weapon. And in a lot of cases, the best like weapon that you can have as a back weapon or unused weapon is something that gives you an effect. So for the most part, it's like the shield. So Spiral Horn, Twin Bird, or Icon Shield. So it's better to make an inventory around these shields as opposed to making an inventory around every single weapon. So that way, by having my main weapon on the left hand, it only works for two-handed weapon, but you know, it doesn't matter if I'm playing with the claymore, you know, like the hammer. It doesn't matter which weapon I have, basically. Like my swaps, I have access to the same swaps no matter which main weapon I'm using. So it doesn't matter if I have a claymore, great katana, I can always swap to great bow with one tick up. Or, you know, I always have a flame strike one click away. Or, you know, like I always have like Hada, Endy, or like an Ender swap. Whereas, you know, if I wanted to do that with the Great Katana in my main hand, well, I'd need to make an inventory around the Great Katana. But then I'd need to make an inventory around not just the Great Katana, but any weapon I use. So it makes more sense if you use multiple weapons. That's Elden Ring right there. It makes more sense when you use multiple weapons to build your inventory around the shield and just put your weapon in the offhand. That's the reason why I came up with that. Depending on what you use too, it can be better or worse for your weight. Like more often than not, the optimal setup is gonna have you like have Icon Shield on the back. So Icon Shield is gonna be optimal in a lot of cases, but basically any weapon that's lower weight than Icon Shield, and let's say you want to make a swap, well, with this here, like if I want to swap the Great Bow, I'm swapping the Icon Shield, which is 11.5 unit, to the Great Bow, which is 14.5, but I'm keeping my main weapon in the offhand. My main weapon in the offhand is 9 units. But if you had an orthodox setup where your shield is in the offhand, your shield is 11.5 in the offhand. And so it's more weight efficient to have your weapon in the offhand over the Icon Shield. But on the other hand, if you are talking about the Spiral Horn Shield, well, obviously Spiral Horn is only 2 units, so it makes sense to swap your weapon over Spiral Horn weight-wise. So sometimes it can save you weight, sometimes it can cost you weight, depending on what you're switching to or switching from. But for the most part, it's optimal to build around a shield as opposed to building around a weapon for your inventory and your swaps. Yeah, it's basically for management's sake. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a good way to put it. It's for management. Helps you manage what you're doing, because, you know, like I could still like swap like what I want here, but it would take a lot of effort. And like if I had like my inventory set up where my main weapon is is on the main hand, like for instance, this is a good example. See here, I have an inventory that's built around the Mesmer Soldier Spear. By the way, this inventory layout is old, like it's over a year old. I just never bothered to change it because it takes a very long time to set this up if you're not using like Cheat Engine, and I'm not using that, so I've not changed it. I plan on changing it when Tarnished Edition drops, because with Tarnished Edition we're gonna get a new class, a new class that's optimal for PvP. So I'm planning on changing like my inventory and making new characters. So I'm waiting for that basically to up-to-date everything. But yeah, basically, the other way, the standard way to go about this is like, you have your your shield in the offhand, and then your main hand, you have your main hand weapon, and it works, you know, like if you build around your main hand weapon, like everything works. And you also have the benefit of like you can like one-hand your weapon and use your one-handed moveset. Or, you know, in the case of a shield, maybe you want the shield poke, like maybe your back shield is like something like this, and so like you can go from like this to, you know, something like that. So there's some benefit to having your weapon in the main hand, obviously. But for my case, for the sake of using varied stuff, it's better to build around the shield as opposed to building around every single weapon that you're using. Like, you know, I have some of it here. Like, you can see the inventory, right? Like, there's a lot of pages. Like, oh, there's an inventory around this. Around this, the only difference between those two is like, okay, this one has Flame Strike. This one has, you know, a Storm Assault. And then you have, like, this halberd with Flame Strike. This one with Storm Assault. Again, old inventory, but you see how you have to build, like, so many inventory pages to accommodate each and every single weapon. And so, for instance, you see this one here, like, this is a very common setup, like the dagger and shield, very dominant setup. So in order, if you wanted to use that, you need an inventory that's built around that, because you can't have your dagger in the offhand because you need the shield. You need the shield offhand, and you need to use the dagger one-handed. So there's no other way to build around this dagger, for instance. But for anything, and that's also true for anything that's power stance, for like specific setups, like. The reason why this inventory is built like that for Great Spears is, or was, because if you want to use power stance Great Spears, which were good at the time that this inventory was made, it's not really good anymore, but if you wanted to use that, well, there's no other choice but to have like both weapons. And so if you want to swap from there, you need an inventory that's built around your main hand weapon. So anything that you use that's power stance, there's no way to go around that. And same idea for setups that are specific, like, you know, like halberd, main hand, offhand, hand axe, like that. There's no other way to have that setup. Like, you need to have your inventory built around that halberd. But for anything that you use two-handed, like, you know, like a sight, for instance, there's no reason to have the sight in the main hand unless you're planning to like two-hand, like, you know, two-hand the axe like that. But even if you do that, you might as well, you know, you might as well do it like this, right? And have the inventory built around the axe, because the axe is a tool that you'll very often use. And so it doesn't matter if when you hit with your sight, it doesn't matter if your axe is in the offhand or main hand, because you're just using it for the R1. And, you know, pretending that you have the inventory built around the hand axe, well, you could have, like, any offhand weapon and have access to your hand axe here with by two-handing or one-handing your weapon and have access to all your swaps. But in my case, you know, a comparison to that would be, because I have an inventory built around this dagger, I can basically do that for this dagger. So, you know, and do that. Like, let's say I get some big damage and I need a finisher. I can do that, and I have access to all my swaps, you know, my BHS swaps, you know, my Pada, you know, you name it. So, I hope that answers your question. Okay, now, let's do a little more Piercing Fang. Finding Piercing Fang does a lot of damage on sword lance. I mean, unsurprisingly, but always nice to get that massive Ash of War damage. Piercing Fang is one of these that's very rewarding to throw out. It's rewarding to land a hit with it. Yeah, I don't think it's really worth it for Elden Ring, Sonder. Like when I'm passionate about something, I like to, you know, like if I'm passionate about something, like I'll think about it like when I'm taking a shit, when I go to bed, you know, that sort of stuff. But it's definitely not the case for Elden Ring. I can say that much. Every game should be pushed to its limit, though. I mean, to each his own, really. Like most players that play this game won't really ever need to do what I'm doing. It's like, if you want to improve and like have better results, you know, there are certain things, like if you think about it, there are certain things that you can do that no one has ever thought of. But you need to be really invested in the game to come up with that stuff. True. True passion is only revealed mid-shit. For winning invasions, I think this kind of stuff is necessary. Well, I mean, that was the idea, right? Like, when I came up with that, like, the idea was solving a problem that I was having as an invader. I was like the reason we never did that, let's say, in previous Souls game, is mainly because Elden Ring is the first game that lets you, like, place weapons in your inventory, right? Whether it was by accident or by design. You know, because obviously we use the sort by order of acquisition. And so you basically, like, create an inventory layout based on weapons you pick up. So, you know, you sort everything like that. But in previous games, we never had that option. It was always, like, default inventory. So, like, inventory creation could never really be set up around, let's say, a shield or a back weapon. It was always going to be around one specific weapon. And so your swaps were going to be, like, a little more, I don't know how to put it. It's like, you basically had to sacrifice, like, okay, I'm not gonna have X weapon in my inventory because I want to have, like, this other weapon 2 clicks away from my main one. And so your whole inventory was basically built around one weapon. You couldn't really build around, like, multiple weapons like you can in Elden Ring, in previous Souls. So that's probably, like, the reason why it never came up in the past, and only in Elden Ring. Oh, that's my teammate. I was about to throw a pot at him. That's such a good piercing tank. We got a double hit too. I fucked that up. We could have finished him. With a double hit like that? I actually did not even mean to jump here. I wanted to throw a pot. Ooh, my teammate does good damage. Yo, good shot. His teammate does some nasty damage, which is good. Reason why I swapped to this here is I thought the host would run away on this thing, so I was, like, preparing in advance. Here it's risky to send, like, both players at the same time. Yeah, because of stuff like that. This teammate played super well. Sometimes, like, the best play is to not step on your teammate's toe. Like, you know, I did nothing there, but that was the good play. Like, you don't want to just be thirsty and, like, oh, I want the kill. Like, I need to be the one who kills or finishes the host or kills this player. Like, you want to play smart, let your teammates some room to breathe, especially if they're in control of the situation. And that's basically what it looks like, you know. If he wasn't gonna go in, I was gonna go in there, but you know, you just let him do his thing and he came out on top. I was still joining the fight, but basically no rush to do that. Very good kill there. Oh my god, this stupid game. I just realized what happened. It's so stupid. Do you guys see that? Did you guys see what happened? We fucking did an amazing play on that host. And he's not dead because falling off from there in PvP is an out of bound. And so he gets respawned. Whereas if he was playing alone in single player offline, he would die. But because FromSoft is fucking terrible at making the out of bounds, like this is what it looks like. So stupid. I got fucking robbed. No, it's not a desync veil. This spot is like, if you fall from there, you just get respawned. Shit's so stupid. I hate it. Okay, now we need to... Oh my god. Forget it. We're not going up there with 3 people. The hell? Bro, where is he? Oh, there's another one above me. Couldn't see him. Did you make any Dark Souls 2 content? I did, actually. I have, like Dark Souls 2 was the Souls game I started on, so you can see, like, how bad I was at Souls game when I started, just like everyone else, really. Because I started with Dark Souls 2. But, you know, to be fair, coming into Dark Souls 2, I was already a pro player at Rainbow Six Vegas 2, so it was not like I was not like a casual gamer to start with, let's say. So I was like already looking at the game like as in like, oh, you know, I like this PvP, I see some competitive potential in there, basically. Getting trolled as long as it's on this side. There you go. Sometimes I wonder if I should just like commit some points to have like these swaps like be available like quicker, because basically I'm depending on like, you know, equipping this talisman and equipping like this headpiece in order to have enough intelligence to swap to the Star Scores Greatsword to throw people off. But I would be able to swap to it much quicker if I didn't have that requirement. So like basically every time I want to throw someone off, I can't like just, you know, like swap on a whim like any other swap. Like, you know, like have the inventory and just have it be instant. I need to like, okay, like I need to go in there, equip that, I need to go here, equip that, and then, you know, then I can do it. So I'm definitely missing a lot of kills because of that. But on the other hand, like that Radon sword usually does not really help you in 1v1, and I've always been building characters and inventory based on 1v1 fights for the most part. So you can with 50 strength, yeah. Well, with the new fucking Tarnished edition, like we're gonna get 5 more points out of this new class. Like if you're playing a Dex or a Strength build, like you're gonna get like 5 extra points because you're saving points in like, I don't know if it's Arcane or Interfate, but you're also saving like 3 points in Mind and like 2 points in the bottom 3 stats, so you know, with those 5 extra points you can do a lot of things. That Radon swap has saved so many unwinnable invasions. Yeah, absolutely. Like usually like when you're fighting 3 players, your chances of winning are extremely limited, like even if they're really bad. And more often than not, your best bet at winning said invasion is throwing someone off. That armor looks great with those leggings. Yeah, I think I like this mix, but it's sort of like a compromise between like good and optimal armor and also like something that looks like decently fashionable. Because obviously like armors in Elden Ring are kind of ugly, but you know, this I can live with. I kind of like the verdigris helmet, and so like this is a mix of really good defense, you know, good poise, and decent enough fashion so that it doesn't bother me too much. Use the armor optimizer and now you're idiots. Dude. Also, I think I missed some comment earlier. Let's see here. Just came from YouTube. Any idea on how to counter Euphoria? That's actually a good question because Euphoria is often overlooked as like, you know, an off-meta. Euphoria is often looked as like an off-meta, like quirky weapon, but it is super meta. Euphoria is nasty. It is one of the nastiest fucking weapons. Like twin blades in general are extremely strong. Oh, that's way too early. Maybe not. Honestly, it's probably not a good idea to scare them away. Like, you kind of want them to come up by himself. Next one we're gonna jump in. Wait, what? Did I miss something? What the hell? I don't know this map enough. I missed my chance to kill some. They could be completely like elsewhere. Like I don't even know where I'm going. Okay, I think I'm... It says there's 2 players, so one of them... This one is the max level. The other one is the host. Oh my god. I don't know anymore. Whoa! Yo, he's not healing. What the hell? We almost died there with the elevator. Honestly, the fact that I can have this helmet while fat rolling, I'm tempted to keep it. I use fucking pots so much that it might even be a good thing. Yo, Pinocchio, thanks for the Prime resub for 3 months, man. Really appreciate that. Which part of Canada I'm from? Montreal. Might be the ugliest thing in the game. Funnily enough, I don't hate it. I don't hate that one. Pinocchio, did you watch Men Olympics game today against Czechia? I think it was fire, wasn't it? Thought I was from Australia? That's a good thing. Everyone I've met from Australia always been super chill, so I take that as a compliment. I'm not as chill as them, though. No way. This guy knows what he's doing. This is one of those where we're gonna have to be careful, I think. Oh, what was that? I'm confused if this was my hit or not, but we're gonna have to be careful here. I think this is gonna be one of those invasions where we have to take our time. Like, the amount of projectiles that they have is going to be a problem, I think. We do only need like one good shot with that sword lance, though. Like this mage in the back with light roll. Okay, never mind. Combo. This R2 there was done in advance if he decided to come and attack me. Oh man, the lat is nasty. I expected them to panic roll. I think he was out of stem. $1.2k damage from the pot. I think the guy was probably like, you know, like, what's it called? Like Source Seal. He probably had like Source Seal because, you know, like, like the no armor with Source Seal is probably why he took so much. Yeah, and you know, obviously I have the pot helm the pot helm buff, but that's not enough to do like 1.2k. Like, it's the guy being naked, the pot helm, and probably him having Source Seal on top of everything. Because no, like 1.2k damage on a heavy pot is not normal, guys. Like, that is not the type of damage you get from pots, even with this helmet. That's just not a thing. It's because the guy is, you know, it's making a glass cannon, which, by the way, in this game, there's no reason to make glass cannons. Unlike previous Souls game where if you wanted to reach absurd damage, you needed to be a glass cannon in order to reach absurd damage. In Elden Ring, you don't need to be light armored and a glass cannon to be a cannon. In this game, all you need is just stack buffs, and you'll be doing insane damage, and you won't be sacrificing any defense or armor. Like, if you wanted to be a quote-unquote glass cannon in this game, what you should be doing is basically like hurt yourself with like seppuku or something, and like force yourself to get to red and blue tearstone range, basically. In red and blue tearstone range, now you'd be like truly like a glass cannon, because red and blue tearstone provides a significant amount of damage, like significant amount of extra damage. So if you wanted to be like a true glass cannon, that's the way to go about it. But I don't think it's worth it. Like, if you wanted to just do insane damage, like, it's a boring answer, but it's the truth. All you have to do is just, you know, like, mushroom crown, fucking poison hand, and Kindred Rot, and you just poison yourself, and you use whatever setup you were planning to use. That's basically what you do. It's not necessarily fun, original, or anything like that. But if you want nasty damage, that's what you do. 1 HP stream 1. I think at some point I should do that. I think a build that makes sense to go full glass cannon is probably, like with red and blue tearstone, is probably like a great bow build. Like, you go great bow, like you go Rakshasa, full Rakshasa armor, you know, red tearstone, fucking arrow tally, and unlock arrow tally, and then, you know, hopefully you can get a one-shot with something like that. That would be pretty funny. Or Shrek. Oh, Shrek, that's such a good idea. Dude, a red and blue tearstone build with Shrek? Oh my god, dude. You know what? That might actually be, like, the way to win unwinnable invasions. You know, like, obviously, unwinnable invasions are basically like, okay, you're fighting, like, 3 decent players and there's no way out. But let's say you're on red and blue tearstone, and you can, like, you can one-shot someone with, like, 1 hit on Shrek. Then, you know, you're gonna lose maybe, like, 90% of them, but just having that 10% chance of winning, where your chances of winning were basically, like, less than 1% before that, that might actually be the play, right? The play might actually be to just, you know, accept that this X invasion is unwinnable. Just get yourself to red and blue tearstone and just hope for the best for a one-shot. Although you definitely would need to, like, know in advance, like, what type of one-shot, like, Like, are you actually gonna get the one shot, or like, is your opponent gonna resist it and you're gonna need two shot, right? Like, you definitely need to know that in advance, but that actually sounds like a good strat. I don't know why I never thought of that. Like, Great Bow is, like, if you were to invade, like, normal invasions, Great Bow is the one that makes the most sense, because range stuff is safer, right? Or, like, you could be, like, a pure pyromancer with giant fireball, and you just throw like giant fireball from a distance with insane damage, like red tier stone damage. That shit would be fucking nasty. Man, you guys are actually giving me ideas with this red tier stone stuff. Definitely need to try that. Do a bow, but like sideways. Alright, let's do this. Oh, okay. Insane ambush. Okay, we're gonna be stuck here if we stay there. I only need one more on this guy. It's too early. What the fuck? Ah, we fucked up my shit. Yeah, we needed to confirm that kill. These 3v1 invasions are dangerous. I just fucked up my my swapping. I don't know how I didn't notice that I didn't have a weapon on hand. I don't know what I did. Probably swapped something by accident. Also, that that headpiece, it definitely has the very negative effect of very often you can't see what your opponent is doing. Like, you can't see what they're up to. You just can't see them. It's too big, taking up too much of the screen. As a regular YouTube watcher, do you all accept me here? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. But yeah, you know, thinking about the whole red and blue tier stone thing, like, you know, you have to understand, if you go with that strat, you're basically accepting that you're going to be less consistent in your win rate, because obviously, even though you're on blue tier stone, you're still like 1 or 2 shot away from dying, or maybe 3 shot depending on what you're fighting. So, like, as far as consistency is concerned, if you're already like doing good for invasions, you're not going to get better results by doing that. But if you are struggling at winning invasions, or if you are struggling at winning a specific invasion, and your chances of winning are very low, like, you basically get that closer to a 50-50 with the red and blue tier stone, I think, if you can figure out a one shot with it. If you can figure out a one shot, because I still don't know like what would one shot. Like, you'd need Shrek, you'd need red tier stone. I'm sure there are some one shots. Like, I can't think of anything, but I'm sure there are stuff. Like, for instance, what I'm using here, like, you know, this, the R1 combo, that's for sure. I'm sure that would be a one shot, but maybe there are attacks, like maybe like power stance, giant crusher with one shot, for instance. Maybe like double Double Shrek Giant Crusher would be the play here. Let's see what he got. Mr. Runart. Ooh, I was about to jump in there. If it's the blue thing that he does, he... Talking too fast. Oh. Man, the damage on that thing is so insane. Like, by the way, guys, Sword Lance is like one of the very best invasion weapon. It's usually one of my go-to if I'm really trying to win an invasion. Like today, I wanted to try it with Piercing Fang, just, you know, for shits and giggles, but like Sword Lance is just such a strong invasion weapon. It's like top 10 invasion weapon. One of the very best one. For the simple fact that it does an absurd amount of damage. You know, when you're dueling, damage is not as important as when you're invading. When you're invading, you want that big burst of damage because people can heal. So like that little chip damage that you're doing, like it doesn't serve you in any way. Because what's gonna happen is like you're gonna do that chip damage, and then after that, like people are gonna heal that, and then you're gonna be you're gonna have trouble keeping the pressure on people that are healing because they're getting protected by their friend. Is it better than Clean Rot? It depends on the situation. What's good about Clean Rot is first of all, Clean Rot is not low damage. Clean Rot is actually very high damage too. Because Clean Rot DPS is extremely high. Like doing like 2 hits Clean Rot on someone is like, you know, usually like upward of 600 against most people. Maybe like a little lower than 600 against like optimized stuff. But it's very easy to get your Clean Rot hits, and then the strongest point about Clean Rot as far as an invasion weapon is the fact that it has very low recovery. So you can pressure someone while you're getting chased by someone else, and you know, it basically looks like this, right? Like you're attacking someone, you know, and then you BHS, and then you keep attacking and you BHS, and the people behind you are trying to catch up to you and roll catch you, but because the downtime between your attacks and the BHS is so low that it's hard to catch up to you, or hard to catch you while you're pressuring whoever you're fighting. And because Clean Rot is Clean Rot, you know, like in a 1v1 situation, Clean Rot has the matchup advantage against basically everything. And so like whoever you're attacking, they're gonna feel like the pressure of the unreactable like Clean Rot. And I say unreactable, like the attack that comes out after the BHS, that's like too fast to react to. So like from there you can like mix it up and change timings, and it's very hard for someone to deal with Clean Rot pressure if the Clean Rot user knows what they're doing. Okay, now though, like, you know, if you're finding multiple people, like 3 people, and all 3 of them are like sticking to each other and there's not much of an opening, or like let's say you manage to separate one just for like 10 seconds, just 10 seconds, maybe you won't have enough time to kill them with Clean Rot, but you can get lucky with Sword Lance, like 1 R2 into R1, and then the guy is in 1-shot range. So like you land R2, R1, and then 1 jump attack, and then you kill one. So sometimes like the Clean Rot's going to be better because you need to be more defensive, or you need to finish someone off. You need to like bob and weave into stuff. But in other situations, like you'll need the kill as fast as possible, and you won't have a lot of time to get that kill. And so you want that big damage, and that's what Sword Lance gives you. Like without any buff, I can't really think of anything that's close to well, I mean, there are stuff that are close, but like there's very little attacks or setups that are close to what Sword Lance gives without any buff with the R2 R1 combo. Like that R2 R1 combo does so much damage without any buff that you can kill almost every player with just like hitting them twice with that. And if players are not optimized, you can kill with only one R2 into R1 without any buffs. So it's very dangerous. Great hit pay. Oh no, that dagger. That dagger BHS a chance. It has a bugged hitbox on the R2. It's wider and longer than Misericord. Wow, dude, I did not know that. I've used two-handed Misericord, Omega. I don't, like, you know, I like it. I don't hate it, but it's not, like, you know, amazing. But if you're telling me that the other one has, like, a bugged hitbox and it's, like, bigger and wider and longer especially, that's super interesting. I might give that a shot. That's interesting. You have the hitbox pic on Discord? You don't mind, like, sending it to me on Discord? Like, I'm super curious to see, like, the difference between that and Misericord. Because I've played with Misericord two-handed, and, not a lot, but, like, I can see, like, why people like it. Like, it really has a lot of forward momentum. Alright. Let's see. Oh, Andy. I know Andy. I think I'll just, you know, let him, kill him. Fight was already over. You're still a dagger and wacky believer? I mean, I think at this point, like, Luber made it clear that that one-handed dagger moveset with, like, wacky or, like, any variation of wacky is insanely strong. I think he made it clear. But let's be also honest, the elephant in the room is that shields are still overpowered in this game. Like in duels, not in invasions, but in duels, it's I think it's something that is often overlooked. Like, the thing with shields is that they shut down so many setups. They just shut them down. Like, you cannot generate any aggression from it. Especially against that specific, like, shield and dagger setup, because the shield and dagger has that specific element that when you hit their shield, they have a fast guard counter that breaks anything. So most hyper armor weapons get hard countered by that setup, because they can hit the shield once, but they lose priority as soon as they hit the shield. So there's no way for you to generate any pressure on the shield after that. Of course, you know, like, if you're playing with, like, let's say power stance straight sword, then the power stance straight sword can hit the shield, like, multiple times, and they won't have time to guard counter out of it. But, you know, as far as pure setup is concerned, disregarding the shield, like, that dagger can compete with the power stance straight sword alone. So even if power stance straight sword can technically, like, keep priority on the shield, it's not enough pressure to focus on that here. It'd be dangerous. Yeah, very dangerous even. Yeah, very dangerous. I think we need to get out of there. my god, the latency is unplayable. That's sad. I'm gonna need some PvE help here. Here there's a dilemma. They could come down. Yeah, there's no point. There's no play here. There's nothing really you can do. Like, this is the type of invasion where of what I talked about earlier. Like, your only chance of winning would be, you know, a red and blue tier stone type kill. That would be like your only way. Like, if we get them into a 1v1 situation, I'd much prefer have a clean rot here. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do here, even if they're all bad. Like, all three of them are really shit, but the bone bow range is unfortunately too much. If we get any of them separated, though, like, it's going to feel bad killing them. That's, like, it never feels rewarding killing these guys because they're all bad, but you know, you can't really do much with bone bow. Bone bow existing after PSGS nerf is crazy. Because people complain about PSGS. People didn't complain enough about bone bow. And I mean the casuals, of course. Now this is a really fucking bad spot. This is actually fucking horrible. Boss is above me. Oh, not anymore. have my weapon in the main hand. This guy is too latent. I'm never going to be able to finish him in time. No matter what I use, unfortunately. Yep, there's no play here. Not if they like each other like they're doing. There's nothing really you can do there. With the bone bow pressure, it's completely useless. Unfortunate, because usually, you know, the way you win these is, you know, you kill the weakest player first, but the weakest player is also the one with the worst connection. Again, like, you know, you just don't have enough time to kill them. That's the issue. Like, you know, this guy is just getting saved by his teammate. I mean, he knows it. That's why they're so upset like that. You know what? Thinking about something here. I mean, it's really problematic that, you know, the one that's on the front is the laggiest one too. Even if I go for a proper roll catch timing, not that it would matter against 3 people, but even if I do, the guy's so laggy or latent that it wouldn't really matter anyway. Good for me there. Watch the glitch hitbox picture. Alright, one sec. Let's see here. Did you send it on Discord? I'm not getting anything. Yeah, I didn't get anything. On my Discord, like, okay, I thought you DM'd me that. Let's see here. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's a lot bigger. That's actually, that's so weird. That is so weird, dude. It's just a bigger ball. Wow. Alright, well that's certainly interesting. Hello, me. Thanks for the 22 months resub, dude. I really appreciate that. Optimal is strength with lightning bundles. Well, that's good. That's what I use. It's 10 less AR than Misericord, so basically the same thing. Same thing, but for better range, basically. Oh, this fucking place. I think we're better off doing a respawn. Wherever we're gonna catch wherever we're gonna catch them. Oh, there's an invader in there. I'm guessing the invader killed the host. You hate invading in caves? I mean, to be quite honest, there's not a lot of good areas to invade in this game. Like really the only good areas to invade are like legacy dungeons for the most part. Like invading the open world is not great either. You've never used a sight in this game? Sights are actually pretty good, dude. Like, unironically, sight has some of the better matchups against some meta stuff. Because it can tank a lot of small weapons with some weird super armor, while it also is like a little faster than great weapons. Most great weapons. Well, did not really help him there, it just got instantly blendered. Teammate. Okay, there you go. I'm not mad that the flame from the flame strike clipped me. I'm mad that he confirmed it. Like, when you confirm on your teammate like that, like, you have more than enough time to react, to aim the follow-up elsewhere, basically. Like, catching the flame is normal with friendly fire, but catching the full follow-up while not hitting them on top of that, that's just a bad play. But, you know, he 1v1 the host, so he got his win. This is a nice map to invade, though. This is one of the better area to invade. Okay, let's go here. Galaxy brain moves. Yeah, I love when they just sit there like lying on the floor and just eat the pot. It makes it so much easier. To be honest, like, you know, Clay, in days like that when, you know, like, you get some shitters, right, and, you know, the 3v1 in Elden Ring specifically, not being able to really do anything back, it's frustrating because those invasions are more fun in general than, you know, the one that we got after, like the one we just fought, for instance. Like, it's more fun to fight people that fight back, which is, you know, that's all I did in Dark Souls 3, you know, only fighting like the hardest gang squad. But you had a teammate. You don't get a teammate in this one, so your odds of winning are basically null. It's very unfortunate. That's situations like that make me really dislike Elden Ring. These guys are purposefully setting up 2v2, so we're gonna wait for a teammate. It's very often, like, I get like a, you know, like a new viewer will ask, like, you know, don't you get bored of like stomping on noobs, basically? And the answer is absolutely yes. I much prefer fighting people that are good at the game. It's just that, unfortunately, if you're fighting 3 people, you know, that are half decent, they don't even need to be good, they just need to understand the game a little bit, and your odds of winning are almost zero. And that doesn't... That's not really, like, fun or rewarding or even really worth it. Ooh. Whoa! You went back in there. Did not expect that. It's a very peculiar spot. I hit that though. I hit him, but it didn't connect. Okay. Whoa! Also, I just noticed he's light rolling. Good thing I unlocked here. This is such a terrible place to fight. Honestly, guys, you know what? Let's try this. Let's just try this and let's just do whiff punishes till the game's over. Didn't mean to do that. I wasn't sure what he was going to do there. And these pillars are the bane of my existence. Played bad there. This could have been way cleaner. I even forgot to fucking switch dally. Just bad play by me. I hope he had enough time to see the bow. It was all me? Yep, all me, the last one. Got an invasion that's stuck right now. You can unstuck invasions by just traveling, but it's weird, like, you can't travel to, like, any grace. It has to be, like, loading a new world. So, like, let's say you're stuck invading and you're, like, at first step, and you just change Grace to like Church of LA or the same side of Grace, it's not gonna reset. You need to like change area or go like at a Grace that's in a cave or something. What's my favorite area to invade in? Shadowkeep, right here. I mean, but to be fair, I like a lot of the legacy dungeons, whether it's for PvE or invading. Like, these are just some of the best areas, but this right here, this little area right there, this is my favorite spot. This whole place here. This is a great spot to invade. I'm actually so grateful that when the DLC came out, I was able to constantly invade here over and over and over again and have like infinite activity for, you know, like probably like a few weeks, like just in this area. I had so much fun in this area. And the reason why I like this place so much is, first of all, even if you fight 3 people that understand what they're doing, the PvE is extremely useful here, extremely brutal PvE. So you can use the PvE, you can use it for sure, and it's very helpful. And on top of that, there's a lot of choke points where you can throw people off, you know, with gravity. There's just a lot of things you can do. Yeah, there's a lot of spot to knock people off, basically. You remember my your first fight with me, and I thought you were a PvEer? I mean, to be fair, look at how you dress though. Like plentiful. You're always wearing like that, like the most horrible fucking armor. Like, come on now. What's funny is, like, you know, let's say I was fighting you for the very first time in an invasion setting, let's say, and maybe I didn't have a lot of time to see what you were up to. I probably would think that again, you know? But, like, when it comes to 2v2s, like, I'd rather have you as a teammate over, like, you know, over many players. You're an amazing teammate. You're pretty good. But, you know, your fashion's dog shit. But I suspect that this is actually what you're going for, so, you know. We just laugh about it. There should be another one in there, but I don't. Oh. Okay, that's the blue. Let's do this. Because of the latency, I'm basically like attacking in advance, so you see me like aiming my attacks away. I'm basically like attacking in preparation for when my opponent attacks. Also, right now the rot is pointless. Like, I don't really like to use rot in I don't really like to use rot against multiple people. I ate my input there. Shit. He did that on purpose, but did that. Yeah, he did. Well, you know, at least he distracted them. What can I say? By the way, Marvin, thank you so much for the gifted sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Bull goat, chest without the horns would have been so nice. I mean, I can say that about a lot of armors in this game. Like, there's always these weird features, like, coming out of everywhere that, that kind of ruined the fashion of a lot of armor pieces. I can think of, there's an armor that looks like RoboCop almost, but it has, like, a big dragon horn coming out of the the middle of the head, like, right on top. It's like some sort of dragon armor. That shit looks so ugly. But it would be, like, so much nicer. Close. Nice PvE with the save. PvE is actually being super useful here. Oh my god, so close. No! I wanted to do the same. Just not, didn't wait enough. Uh-oh. I'm playing sloppy right now. Wow, the DC. That's weird. That was probably accidental. Just probably like the fucking network infrastructure like shitting itself or something. I don't think that was intentional because everyone was moving. I think we could have killed these guys also a lot quicker. Like I made a lot of mistakes in the last one. You think just because he's moving he can't DC? No, of course he can. Like, you know, like we all know the whole like gankers when they wrap their Ethernet cable around their toe, right? And they just yeet that shit. Like we know that, but I don't think it was one of these cases. He said, "Mom, turn off the router." Yeah, exactly. The Dragon RoboCop armor. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the Drake Knight set is the Dragon RoboCop armor. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, like that set. You know, like if you remove the weird horn and even the weird wings, you know, like that helmet would look super nice without the horn coming out from the top. But they do that with a lot of armors in this game. Well, at the very least, like, you can't say that Elden Ring doesn't have its own identity for the for the visual, for the armors and everything, but if I had to choose between like the Dark Souls franchise for the fashion or Elden Ring, I mean, it's not even a contest. Like the Dark Souls games have such good fashion. It's insane how cool some of these armors are. in like Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and Dark Souls 3. Like, they have so many cool armors. I just love it. To be honest, though, in Tarnished Edition, the new Knight armors, those are right up my alley, so I'm probably going to play with those when Tarnished comes out. The Dickhead armor is your favorite Elden Ring helmet? Yeah. It seems like they wanted whimsical and dreamlike over historical. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's an accurate reflection of what they probably went for. Just remembered I need Bull Goat here in this matchup. Stairs. Let's judge that spacing. It's a bad start for me. Let's do that. It. It's just dumb Elden Ring. Let's just attack out of stun. Most gankers would call anyone pussy for getting backups from PvE. Yeah, that's actually true. I've seen that many times. Oh man, like in a 3v1 you can do so little in this game. Now you really, like, if you have PvE, like, you really have to use it. If you're, like, let's say though, like, you're running to PvE in a 1v1, I think that's different. You know, if you're running away from, like, someone in a 1v1 toward PvE, like, I could see, like, someone else getting upset. But, you know, in a 2v1 or 3v1 situation, like, what else really can you do? I think what a lot of new players that were not there for the previous games don't really understand how it was previously, and they're always under the impression that we invaders, you know, like, this is what we sign up for, like, right? Like, you want to be at a disadvantage. That's true. But you still want a chance at winning. If you can't win no matter what you're doing, no matter how skilled you are, no matter how good you play, what's the point? And so that's ultimately, like, the factor that I think is often missed by new players. It's that more often than not, in a 3v1 against people that don't even need to be good, just people that are half decent, you don't even have a chance to really do anything. And it was not the case in previous games. In previous games, you could do something. In previous games, what you could do is you could survive long enough to get a teammate. And so that teammate is basically that PvE. Right? Like, you know, like when you run away to PvE, like, you're technically looking for a distraction. Like, you want to split the aggro, because no matter how good you are, you're not going to beat 3 people attacking you and, like, you know, that have aggro on you. Like, that's just not going to happen. Like, yeah, sure, you can get lucky and, like, throw people off a bridge or something. You know, like, you get a kill with gravity. You can do that, but like I said, against half-decent players or good players, they're going to be aware of what you're going for, and they're not going to let you do that. Like, they're not going to go near bridges unless they have, like, Endure, you know? And so, again, the difference is in previous games, you could seek these unwinnable invasions because all you had to do was survive until you get a teammate. And once you get a teammate, it didn't matter if it was 3 versus 2 or 4 versus 2, the idea was to split the aggro of the people you were fighting. So, you know, if it was a 3v2, you and your teammate would try to split up the gankers so that the gankers would be 2 on one guy and 1 guy on 1 guy. So you have 1 invader against 2 gankers, and then you have 1 invader against 1 ganker. And so the job for the invader that's fighting 2 gankers is to survive, and the job of the invader that's fighting 1 ganker is to win. So in previous Souls game, even though invasion existed and 3v1 existed, you know, and invasions, you know, were a thing, the game still boiled down to winning 1v1s, even in invasion, even in 3v1s. In 3v1 situation in previous game, the way you would win the invasion is by winning 1v1s. And how did you do that? Well, again, you had to survive long enough to get a teammate for help. And once you got that was the first step. Once you got a teammate, then you could try to split the aggro, and only the guy that was in a 1v1 had a logical chance at winning. So at the end of the day, gankers always had the advantage, but you had a path to victory as the invader, even against really good players, even against tournament level players. Like in Dark Souls 3, I won plenty of invasions against tournament champions, you know, like top level players. And to be quite honest, they were not the hardest invasion. The hardest invasion have always been against people that were shameless. People that will do, like, anything to win, even if it makes them look like shit. Those have always been, like, the hardest ones. I'm waiting for the right time. They're not close enough to okay, right now. The guy was too laggy. It was pointless to attempt to fight them. You don't want to waste that opportunity to throw them off, because very often you only have one chance. You think Elden Ring needs a refill glitch too? I think, you know, like back in Dark Souls 3, I thought that I don't actually remember if I thought refill was healthy or not, but I remember I thought Estus canceling was not an issue. I remember I thought that, but I think I didn't have enough how do you say it? I didn't have enough of an overview over the game. Like, you know, like let's say I didn't even remember what it was like to not have Estus cancel back in Dark Souls 3. So I think I had a bias toward Estus cancel because of that. Now playing Elden Ring, I'm so grateful that Estus cancel is not a thing, and I think like Estus cancel is definitely a negative. And something that that I'm glad is gone for this game. Now, as far as refilling, honestly, Battle of Attritions are almost fucking pointless in this game, and they never really favor the invader. Like, you're never winning anything with a Battle of Attrition, unlike previous Souls games. Like, you're not winning shit here. Like in Dark Souls 2, like a Battle of Attrition was the prime way to beat gankers, because, you know, you only had access to like one healing, or sorry, you had no access to your flask, and you were basically like only using spells, so you could absolutely run someone out. Like, it was working. In Dark Souls 3, refill made Battle of Attrition pointless, and in Elden Ring technically they should be possible, but you never get to that point. And it just never happens. Like, people can throw so much shit at you in this game. Like, it lasts literally hours, you know? And, like, we fought tournament players that were ganking, that were trying to grief. And, you know, we were going for the Battle of Attrition approach. And ultimately, we ran them out. But the issue was, they could just run around the open world and just kill a few mobs to refill their flask. So at the end of the day, like in most situations, being able to refill your Estus, like the refill glitch, would not really change anything for most of the encounters, because in this game you actually rarely die when you're out of healings completely. Like it can happen, but it rarely happens. And ultimately, when it happens, it's never the gankers. And if the gankers do run out, well, you know, they can just kill a few mobs and refill. So at the end of the day, it's very rare that you're gonna face like gankers that are gonna get drained out of all their resources, and you're gonna win from battle of attrition. It just never happens. And so it would favor the invader a little bit to have a glitch like that back. I don't think anything more than that. What do you think of great axes? You should use them power stance. Two-handed great axe are mostly Ash of War sticks, unfortunately. Fine. Yeah, mostly really. But like power stance great axe, you know, like double anchor, it's a very very legit setup. Double anchor is a very good use case. Not bad. We're looking to 2v2. We're gonna wait for another player. Like very often, like the thing is with this game, like you see this guy is not like attacking me. The reason he's doing that is because the game was made in a way that's like completely unfair to invaders. Like you only get like the gankers that are actually looking for some sort of a challenge. They're not gonna 3v1 pile an invader, because that's really boring to like anyone that plays this game for any significant amount of time. And that's mentally well, let's also say that. So people like that, they just want to have like a 2v2. So that's why the guy was like, you know, like, I don't attack me, like, let's wait for someone else. So this is a thing that was created as a result of the game being so skewed for invaders that even gankers sort of pity them, right? That's almost like what's happening right now. Although there's so much PvE here, I think I would still have a chance to do something, but maybe not, I don't know. Would PvE help? But it doesn't matter if they clear the PvE, like if we get a teammate, that's really all you need. Do you think they should remove invader friendly fire? Normally I would say no for, like, you know, if they ever make like the next Souls game and we get team invasion again, I'd say keep the friendly fire. But the way it is now, where it's basically impossible to have two invaders in a world unless the host wants to have two invaders against them, like, you know, because of that, that basically means that the host is looking for some sort of fair fight. You know what I mean? Like, because there's no two invaders in the world where the host is actually, like, you know, trying to struggle to win. Like, so because the host is actually trying to go for a fair fight, then there's no reason to have friendly fire in that case. You know what I mean? Like, you could actually get like actual fair fights if there was no friendly fire for the red here. And, you know, we would be able to enjoy all these areas with, like, true 2v2s that don't necessarily favor one team over the other. I mean, there's still some advantages, like the host has more flask, or, you know, the host can use Rune Arc, but that's their choice. Like, you know, like these guys, I don't think the host is Rune Arc, for instance. Like, you know, host is not Rune Arc there. Oh, alright, he wants to fight. Oh, there's some lat there. Whoa! Yeah, there is some connection. Ooh, I panic rolled that. Not good. That latency is brutal. Yeah. Yeah, goes both ways. We should have physic though, it makes the fight like way too short. Roll that. I'm not gonna let you kill me though. I'm stupid there. Oh wow, that hit early. That's a bad move what I did there. That jump R2 that put me out of stem. They should just add phantom friendly fire as soon as an invader joins. Yeah, that could be good too, honestly. Like phantom friendly fire when there's two invaders, even like because you know, like the thing is, like I think in the best case scenario, like I don't actually care about friendly fire. I care about like if you're the invader, like you can't be alone in a 3v1. Like again, like they have you have no chance if they're slightly decent. In a 3v1 you can't do anything. Like all I want is like, you know, just a higher player limit so that we can have the same interactions that we had back in Dark Souls 3. That's all I'm asking for. It was a much better system back then. That's all there is to it. You know, like friendly fire or not, if you have a teammate, you can work something out basically. Even against good players, even 3 good players against 2 good players, like you have an out. You have an out if you and your teammate are good players. Like there are ways you can win even against 3 good players. And again, it boils down to separating them 1-1v1, 1-1v2. Also, you can't have the map be just like, you know, like fucking like freezing lake. Like this thing is basically like one of the worst spot to invade, or really any place that has no cover. Like you need cover as the invader when you're outnumbered. It's funny because it's just like in real life, you know, like historical warfare, the, you know, guerrilla tactics, like not guerrilla tactics are basically like hit and run, right? It's like you hide, you ambush, and then you back off, and then you do it again, like bit by bit. And you can't do that if you don't have any cover. Hot take, Tarnished doesn't actually exist. Yo, Montage, how you doing, man? Montage, I finished Skyrim permadeath, dude. I finished my run. Dude, I almost died at the very last dungeon before Alduin. I got Fusrodad off a cliff. And I did not see my health. I managed to drink potions while I was falling off. Even though my game is unpaused, like I drank potion like before like touching the ground, and I drank a potion that gave me fucking increased extra health. And I think that might have saved me. And also I was wearing full heavy armor with the perk that gives you less fall damage. And so that all saved me. So ultimately I got really lucky too, basically. That would have been such a fail if I died at the last dungeon. Oh my god, dude. Some people are just too predictable. This guy likes his spells, and he can spam them. Oh, I should have fought him. I rarely do that because it's a bad play, but that would be fun if we had him. Hit my ass buckered so hard, dude. I was like, holy shit, like I almost died. But, you know, not gonna lie, like, because this run, like I failed this run many times, right? Like it wasn't like I got it on my first try. Like I don't even know how many tries it took me to get that, because I actually had tried this run like years before in the past, and I basically like gave up on it. So I was ready for almost any situation, really. Like when I fell, my potion to like fortify health were on my I basically like what's the word? Not key map, what's the hotkeyed it. Yeah, I had this potion already hotkeyed, so I was able to drink it midair while I was falling, because I had it hotkeyed. So just that little bit of preparation probably saved me. And also, like, I have to be honest, even if I did not use any like glitches or like loop abuse, like in the base game, if you use alchemy, enchanting, and smithing without even like glitching or looping anything, like it's already so busted if you use like the books from the DLC. Like my weapon, like I beat the entire game with the steel greatsword, the two-hander, and that weapon at the end of my playthrough was doing 1,500 damage. And I learned in this playthrough that the game does not show your damage past 999. So like in the menu in Skyrim, if you look at your weapon damage, it stops like at 1,000 basically. And so I learned that in that playthrough. I didn't know that beforehand. And obviously with a weapon that does so much damage, the entire game is pretty much trivialized really. So next time I ever do a run like that, like this one was basically legendary difficulty, permadeath, unpaused menu, no quick load either, like, you know, like no quick loading to save yourself from dying. Unofficial patch as well, unofficial Skyrim patch, in order to fix all the glitches. And I can't think of anything else, but I think that was pretty much it. But with all these things, once you have figured out the correct strategy, it's not the hardest challenge, really. Once you died like all the ways you could possibly die, it's hard to die twice the same way, basically. And yeah, ultimately, I think the Fallout run was more dangerous. Like the Fallout permadeath run that I did was harder to do, I think, because there's more ways you can die in Fallout. I don't know why I shot there, like, it was way to the side. Oh, that was close. And some of my shots are unprecise. I can't aim higher than that. That's one down. Supposed to have the dagger there. That's ballsy. Just drinking my face like that. Hunchback bow is an interesting one. I think I should probably use it more. Especially against people that are extremely latent. Yeah, that's definitely something I should use. Alright, Mark, have a good night, dude. Take it easy, man. By the way, do we have anyone for twos? Just to torment Mark a little bit before he gets off? Anyone interested in twos? I'm sure Mark would want to play, that's why I say that. Okay, so we got one. We gotta be careful here. Okay, at least with sight, we have a decent option against this shield here. Okay, we take that. Well, if he shoots that from the bush, I can't really see what he's doing. I'm an idiot, that's my fault there. Oh, he's lagging. No wonder I had so much trouble dodging his stuff. We got a teammate, we good. The moment you have like a teammate for a distraction, like, it's crazy how much easier it gets. It's usually people who join without saying anything either. You really want to do twos, eh? We still need 4. Like, even if Castle joins, that's still only 3. So we would need someone else too. Well, I can wait though. Like, we can wait a little bit. People will join. Man, the site is so much fun to play with. I think a big reason why I like it so much is when you're invading, like, the site has so many attacks that hit in a very wide arc. And so you can hit multiple people, like, pretty easily compared to other weapons. I don't know what this guy is doing. He seems to be by himself. What is he doing? Probably activated this by accident. Alright, well, let's just get this over with. He's a fairy lord, let's be careful. Okay, Marvin's there. Alright, we should have 3 people. Castle can play 2 characters if he uses his feet. That's true. Chico, I love how you said something about Castle and then and then Nightbot had to specify that Castle doesn't play Elden Ring, but Castle said he would play 2s with us. I don't know who to believe. We need another player, guys. We only have 3 still. Go back to our trusty site. 2 of them. Now this is very steep. With the tall grass, you can't really see them. The whip does no damage, but the blood spam does. Alright guys, let's go do some twos. Hopefully we do have enough people. I need to get off soon anyway, so. Good stream though today, I think. Alright guys, today actually, today I'm playing 150. So, you guys can level up if you want to join. United Combat. Yeah. United Combat, 4 combatant, no password, any location. Anyone can join. Use whatever you want. Should have it up for castle though. I bet this is plenty full. Yes. Still got to me finally. You know who got to me, Chirico? When I learned that Vale was playing at 150, my whole universe was in shambles. I could not believe it. Vale at 150? No way. What do you allocate the extra points? Normally I have like 59 vigor. I put 1 point to 60. Normally I have 42 endurance. I get it to 50. Normally I have 14 dex. I put it to 18, and then I dump all the rest in strength. And to be quite honest, like, I could just drop 6 points of strength and put it in intelligence and be able to redon without swapping, and it wouldn't really change anything. Like 150 is just, I don't really have to think to make builds. You just put points you can put so many points. It's I think it's a little too high for build making. You know, a lot of people disagree, but that's what I think. Can you still join at 125? I think you can, right? Plentiful. What level are you? Are you 125? You're 139. Okay, so wait. All right, just for you, Castle, I'm gonna go back to 125 to get you, because I don't think we're gonna matchmake otherwise. So, gonna reload, save, and get to 125. Wanted to try 150, but there's really not much difference between 150 and 125 for the invasions. The only difference is you do more damage as a 150. So it's somewhat a little easier, I think, to finish people off. Was activity the same? I think so, yeah. Like, normally when I'm 125, this is what I do, you know? There we go, just like that. These are usually my stats at 125. Alright, united combat, 4 combat at any location. Let's try that again. There you go. That's why you bubble up at the start. Lets you buff without let's change that. Whoa. I forgot about that. Surprised that didn't land. Latency is just so bad. Problem with latency fights like that, it just forces trades, so... Oh my god, the range on that. That's free, he misplayed that badly. Nice. Good teamwork there. Oh. And here we spawn. Can't believe he blocked that. That's wild. I think when people can finish this, right? There we go. I'll play the plentiful. No castle though. Maybe Nightbot was right all along? Yeah, probably. I actually didn't need to do that. I think the damage is pretty even, surprisingly. Take that. Stopped me right before. Good play there. Went behind me, which forced me to roll, but not get backstabbed. getting punched. You feel like you're weak against hyper armor? I think what you meant to say is you don't have the patience to wait forever to outspace hyper armor weapons because they just can attack freely. You just said the short version of that. Guy. Need to do that. That wrong swap. That almost comboed. Can't do too many of those. Let's not stretch our luck here. I think he would just attack straight up. I mean, the CGS is extremely limited in 1v1, but because the damage is so high in 2v2, you can just switch target and hit people. And everyone needs to respect you because the forward momentum is just so high. Good little claymore. Oh shit. Oh shit, look at this guy. That milady? Where's my milady? Wow, no hit there. Dude, let's go. Okay, man, put there. Nice. The Castle and I are shredding. Let's fucking go, dude. Nice. I got backstab, what the fuck? That was out of that. Fucking input delay. Let's go, Castle. MVP, dude. Oh man, that was great. The double milady. Just like good old times. Still got it? Yep. Dude, I thought you were gonna come in on like some meme-ass, like Moonveil type build, dude. It's so funny. Wait, what the hell? Oh, that's this one. He does a lot of damage. Oh, he got saved. Oh my god. Yeah, that wind attack saved him. Wow, that lat there. Nasty. Oh, come. Nice, good combo. IBS. Yes. Good shot. Well played, Marvin. Big damage here. No hit! Oh my god, this guy's net is so bad. Nice! Some big damage. Yes! Big damage indeed. Big fucking BS. That's huge. Oh my god, bro! What the fuck? Oh, that's just unlucky. Wow, no hit for me there. Oh, he did that. Well played, Marvin. Big shitnet kind of carried them, but have the nature of 2v2s, I guess. Good teamwork there. Oh. Good teamwork there. This is quite actually quite annoying. How many times can you just spam that shit? Just forcing a stalemate. Dude, well played, Marvin. Not easy to deal with all that spam. Have to be patient. Yo, well played, Marvin. All right. All right. Well, I think that's gonna be it for me today. I have to go. Thanks everyone for coming by again. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the 2v2s as well. And
I see.
Oops.
You're here for
I see you too.
tuning.
I'll catch you guys up next time. Take it easy, everyone. All right, who's on right now that we can raid? We got Fuji and Swoosh again. Last time I raided Fuji. Let's try raiding Swoosh today. Take care, Chiriko. Take it easy, everyone.